We need those Class 2 Fall Southdown Rams ringside and ready. Following Class 2, we will select your senior champion and reserve senior champion Southdown Ram. Hey, Randy, or Jeff, we split this class. So you need the 2 September Rams. And then we need the November and December Rams, that Class 2. That's Class 2. The November and December Rams should be in the makeup ring. So you should have just 2 head. The 2 stays are Vivian Stevenson.
For this early fall buck class, buck I'm going to start with, for me today, he's just a little more elevated up through his front end and his chest floor. He stays better in his top line for me today versus the buck we got in second. The buck in second's got a really nice touch to him, comes out into a nice hip and got some muscle to him. For me, I'd just like to change him when he get him in the move. He wants to get high in his spine there just a little bit for me. If we can straighten that out of him, he challenges the buck we win with a little better.
Results of Class 1, first and second place was both exhibited by Vivian Stevenson. Exhibitors, please bring in those Class 2 Fall Southdown Rams. These Rams are November and December born Rams. Class 2 Fall Southdown Rams. Southdown exhibitors, your next class will be your senior champion drive. We will need all first and second place Southdown Ram Lambs. First and second place, Southdown Rams, Fall Ram Lambs, ringside and ready, please. Southdown exhibitors will need those Class 3 springs. Southdown following all in about
over here on Southdown, the late falls, I guess you'd want to call it. The buck I'm going to start with today, I think for me, when I get him out and he travels, he really gets out and floats and he gets after it. He stays better in his chest for when you get him on the move. He wants to stay up any more. The sheep definitely, when you receiving, when you're off to the side of him, you don't think he's got as much to him as what he hold a big flat loin, big top, got plenty of muscle for me. I think, like I said, what gets me to get him in the first spot today is when you get him into motion. I just like the way he travels. Start with sheep in second. This sheep appears he's got a little more quarter shape, a little more muscle down in his lower part of his shape. For me, when I get him into motion, that's where I like to change the sheep. His old chest floor drops out of him. He wants to get a little deeper and plainer off to the side when you get him into motion. A sheep, I just stouten him up a little bit in his bone work compared to the one we win with, but a nice pair on the top end. A real big rugged sheep here in third, a sheep that has got that extra touch as far as the bone work, foot size. A sheep that's got a lot of shape to it, working down in the lower part of his stifle. But for me today, I need to change him in his shoulder, the way it lays in him. I like to need to change him when you get him into motion a little bit today. Make him relax more in his top line when you get him on the go. But a nice sheep for his own right. Then we get into the buck, we round out the class. The buck is just giving quite a bit of muscle up compared to the three that stood above him today. Nice class of late fall bucks.
exhibitors, your next class will be your senior champion drive. Southdown Ram Senior Champion Drive. We will need those first and second place fall lambs from class 1 and 2 in the ring, please.
we're not going to drag our feet today. It's going to get hot, and these kids are going to get hot. For me, it's a pretty easy decision. These two bucks out of the last class, they kind of match up better for me. I think they're just got a lot more quality in these two bucks. They'll be your senior champion and reserve senior champion.
And your senior champion, congratulations, John Crowder from Class 2. Reserve senior champion, also from Class 2, congratulations, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Southdown exhibitors, your next class will be those spring Southdown Ram Lambs. 2 entries in the class. Spring Southdown Ram Lambs. To the show ring, please. Southdown exhibitors will need those senior champion, reserve senior champion Rams ringside and ready. Following this spring Ram Lamb class, we will select your junior champion and then your overall champion Southdown Ram. Cotswold exhibitors, we need your entries to the South Show Ring, please. Cotswold entries to the South Show Ring.
This is kind of a hard sort, I guess. They only got one spring buck lamb class. We got a January buck up here on the top, and we got a March buck here. For me today, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to land on this January buck. When you get your hands on him, he's really big up over his top, dragged back through his loin. A buck that I would be the first to grant. I'd like to shallow him up a little. I'd like to change him in his chest floor. But given that said, I think there's too much of him to get around our March buck. I really, really like the March buck as far as the way he runs. He is shallow. He's cool in his chest floor. When he gets into motion, it stays right up in him. I like the way his shoulder lays a sheep, but I like him out through his hip and down through his stifle muscle. For me, I'd like to, if he just tied up a little bit better coming out of his shoulder into his rack, I could probably, we can change his placing and I can win with him. For me today, this is the way I see him and it's the way they're going to stand.
First place in your junior champion, congratulations, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Second place in your reserve junior champion, Addison True. Southdown exhibitors, your next class will be your champion Southdown Ram Drive. We need those champion and reserve champion, senior and junior Southdown Rams in the ring, please. Vivian Stevenson, if you could bring your pair of Southdown Rams ringside and ready, please. Pair of Southdown Rams ringside and ready, please.
For me, it's a pretty easy decision for me today. I'm going to stay with my two senior buck lambs. They'll be your champion reserve Southdown Bucks. Congratulations, all you kids.
And your champion, Southdown Ram. From your senior division, congratulations, John. Champion, Southdown Ram. Also from your senior division, congratulations, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Our next class here in our Southdown Ram show will be pair of Southdown Rams. Pair of Southdown Rams in the ring, please. Southdown Yearling U exhibitors, we need those Class 5, Southdown Yearling U's. Class 5, Southdown Yearling U's. Ewes born from October to December of 21. Fallborn Yearling Southdown ewes, ringside and ready, please. Ewes born October through December of 21. Oxford exhibitors, we need your ewes and rams to the south show ring, please. Oxford exhibitors, we need your ewes and rams to the south show ring. All right, Southdown Yearling Ewes, Class 5, Southdown Yearling Ewes in the ring, please. Once again, these ewes were born October through December of 21. Class 5 Yearling Ewes in the ring. We need those Class 6, January Southdown ewes. January, Southdown Yearling Ewes, ringside and ready, please. Nash Arthur, we need your December born Southdown Yearling Ewe in the show ring, please. John Crowder, we need your December born Southdown Yearling Ewe. Oh, he's coming. Here he comes. Nash Arthur, we need your December Southdown Yearling Ewe in the show ring, please. Nash Arthur. Southdown exhibitors, at this time, we should have Class 6, Southdown Yearling Ewes. These are January of 22 born Southdown Yearling Ewes. Should be ringside and ready. January Yearling Ewes, ringside and ready, please.
yearling ewe I'm going to start with. I think there's just way too much of her, especially when you get up over top of her today and back through her lower part of her stifle compared to our ewe in second. But I'd be the first to grant she's not the shallowest one from her in her blade. She's not the shallowest in her chest for. That'd be our ewe in second. I really appreciate this ewe in second when she gets around the ring. She's really cocky and up-fronted. I really like her profile. When you get behind her, oh, there's just not quite enough of her. There's not quite enough of her today to challenge that first place ewe. But the ewe in first, like I said, there's just a lot of sheep in this one, and it's just hard to get around her today. But I'd sure, she's getting on the verge. Both these ewes, they got enough on them. They could lean up a little bit coming further down the line. The ewe in third, another real up-fronted ewe. Got like the way her neck comes out with the top of her shoulder and everything. Another ewe for me today. She's getting a little plain in her shoulder and a little deeper in her chest for her. She's got plenty down her rib. If we can take quite a bit of that off of her, I think we change this one quite a bit. When you get behind this ewe, she's big in her hip, got plenty of stifle down through the center part of her leg. We just need to change her over her ribs. Then we come into the ewe next in line, a little darker for me. In her color just a little bit compared to the three that was right in front of her. A ewe that when you get your hands on her, flank to flank, her 13th rib back and her hip shortens up compared to the three that we had above her. For me, she just runs out of flank. She runs out of stifle shape. When you get right behind her and stand behind her, she needs more shape through the center part of her stifle. Needs to be bigger hip, compete with the four that was above her today.
Please bring in those Class 6, January born Southdown yearling ewes. Class 6, January Southdown yearling ewes in the ring, please. Class 5, first was exhibitor Lily Williamson. Third, Hope Barker. Fourth place was Addison True. Fifth place exhibitor John Carter, and 7 was Abby Brown. Class 5, Fallborn. Ringside and ready. Ringside and ready, please. Class 7. Class 7. April born yearling ewes. Class side and ready, please. Once again, Southdown exhibitors, we need those Class 7 yearling ewes. Class 7 Southdown yearling ewes, ringside.
I think we got a trio up here on the top that you can mix and match how you want. This is the way I see them today. The ewe I'm going to start with, she's really fresh to the touch. A ewe that's in really good far as ideal condition, I think. A ewe that when you get on her rack, she's big and full. She comes back into a big flat loin. She's by far the longest from her 13th rib back as anything we got in the class. When you get behind her, she's got plenty of muscle shape. When you get her into motion, she gets out and she goes. If I'd like to change her just a nickel, and that's getting picky, I'd like to just give her a little more base width at the ground. The ewe in second, I really like this ewe when she's propped up from the side. Her old chest floor is in her. She's short from her shoulder blade. Her neck comes out where it needs to be. Get your hands on her. She's good from her 13th rib back, real wide and flat out her hip through her loin. For me, she runs out of shape. You get your hands on her up on that rack. She's just not as full as the one that we win with, and she gives up quite a bit of muscle and down through the center part of her stifle. But when this one gets out and goes, man, she goes. She glides. She just gets around the ring. She never misses a beat. When she picks that front foot up, she puts her back one down in that same hole. I really appreciate that about her. If we can just give her a little more stoutness as far as muscling, we can get around this one and we win with. The ewe in third's got that extra shape to her when you get your hands on her. She's big and full out through her rack and down through out through her loin and down through the center part of her stifle. And you get your hands on her also. She is by far the shortest from her 13th rib back and the shortest from flank to flank compared to the three we get above her. And that's where she's going to stand third today for me. Come in next in the class, a ewe that really is nice from the profile side. A ewe that's got a little more extra condition on her than I'd like to see. She's by far the chunkiest of any of the three we got above her. A ewe that's getting a little bit maybe coarser in the lower part of her shoulder, and I think a lot of that is due to her condition. I think you peel that off of her and there's nothing wrong with her shoulder blade. When you get your hands on her, there's another ewe that's really good from her 13th rib back as far away she measures. She's good and full in her rack and down through the center part of her leg. We just need to mainly peel some condition off of her to get her up any higher today. Then we come into a real big frame ewe next in class, a ewe that's pretty and nice from the side, but when you get up over top of her and stand right behind her, she gives up quite a bit of muscling compared to the four that stand above her. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause for a nice class of yearling ewes.
Horned Dorset exhibitors, we need those exhibitors and animals to the south ring, please. All Horned Dorset exhibitors and animals to the south ring, please. Our next class here in our Southdown show will be Class 7. Class 7, Southdown Yearling Ewes. Yearling ewes born February through April. Class 7 in the ring. Results of Class 6. Results of Class 6 Southdown Yearling Ewes. First place, and congratulations, Olivia Porter. Second place exhibitor, Chase Brennan. Third, Larkin Miller. Fourth place was exhibited by Alexis Cook. Fifth, Riley Geertz. Sixth place, Cole Jester. 7, Quincy Langdonfer. And eighth was Amelia Langdonfer. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 6 Southdown Yearling Ewe exhibitors. Southdown exhibitors, your next class will be your pair of yearling ewes. Southdown pair of yearling ewes will be next, following your pair class. And there's only one entry in that pair class. So we will also need Class 9, Fall Southdown ewes, September through December born. Class 9, Fall Southdown ewe lambs, September through December. September through October. September and October born fall lambs, Class 9 Southdown fall ewe lambs, September and October born lambs. We need those ewes ringside and ready, please.
Here in this late class of Southdown Yearling ewes. I'm going to start with, she puts the most good things together for me today. She's by far probably the leanest ewe in the class, as far as for the amount of muscle she's got to get in this top lineup. A ewe that's real pretty when you get off to the side of her. When she gets around the ring, she really gets and goes, and I like that. I really appreciate that about her. A ewe that's shallow enough in her chest for her. She's got enough. When you get your hands on her, she's plenty long from her 13th rib back, and she's wide and flat out her loin and hip. For me today, she's just a pretty logical choice to win this class. The ewe in second, a ewe that I really appreciate for the amount of dimension that this ewe's got when you get up over top of her. A ewe, she's carrying a little more extra condition compared to our class winner, but a ewe, once again, a ewe lays good in her shoulder, her neck comes where it needs to. She's long from her 13th rib back. She's good out through her hip area. She'd had enough of me talking. The ewe comes in third is the sheep. For me, she just shortens up too much from flank to flank. She shortens up when you get your hands on her. A ewe is really good in her rack shape and out through her hip and the center part of her leg. But a ewe, once again, when I get her into motion, I like to change her off her back wheels. for me today to get her up any higher and lengthen her out flank to flank to get her up any higher today also. And then we come in next in line of ewe. I'd like to just change this ewe a little bit and her shoulder, the way it lays. She gets a little straight off her front end for me. I'd like to change that about her, and when you put her into motion, I'd like to maybe make her reach just a little bit more when she goes. But another real nice balanced ewe as far as the way she balances up. You get your hands on her, she percents out good. Just like I said, we just need to change a few things about her. Then we get into you next in line, a ewe that gets a little straight off her back wheels for me. A ewe that gets a little bit chubby in her condition-wise as far as compared to the ones above her. When you get your hands on her, she just doesn't have the touch and the tone compared to some of the ones above her today.
Horn Dorset exhibitors, this is your last call for those entries in the south ring, please. Horn Dorset entries to the south ring. Once we get our Class 7 exhibitors out of the ring, we will need that pair of yearling ewes, just a single entry in our Class 8 pair of yearling ewes. Also, Southdown exhibitors, we need those Class 9. That'll be your fallborn lambs born September and October. Fallborn Southdown fall ewe lambs, September, October. We need you ringside and ready, please. Results of Class 7. First place, and congratulations, Lily Williamson. Second place was exhibited by Larkin Miller. Third, Drew George. Fourth place exhibitor, Brock True. Fifth, Ainsley Porter. Sixth place was exhibited by Braden Geertz. Seventh, John Crowder. Eighth, Cooper Crowder. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 7 Southdown yearling ewe exhibitors. The results of our Class 8, your pair of yearling ewes, your first place pair was exhibited by Larkin Miller. Our next class will be Class 9. Once again, we need those fallborn Southdown ewe lambs, September, October, fallborn Southdown ewe lambs in the ring. Should have 7 entries in the class. 7 entries in the class. Bring them on in. We need a little help here in the show ring, guys. Mama got him. Southdown exhibitors, we need those Class 10 Southdown fall ewe lambs, November, December born. November, December born fall Southdown ewe lambs, ringside and ready, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with when you get up over top of her. There's just way more sheep here, and I think for me, her underline's a little better. She gets a little more swoop to her belly line for me. When you get your hands on her, she's really big and flat on the top part of that shoulder. Comes back into a really big rack and loin back into her hip and center part of her leg. When you get her into motion, she gets out and she travels plenty good. In this class, I think she travels as good as anything. The ewe in second, I really appreciate this ewe for her color and her breed type and her shoulder, the way it lays in her neck. When I get up over top of her, I just need to open her up more. I need to make more of her compared to the one that we start out with to get around the one we win with. But a ewe, it's really pretty from the side. Just like I said, we just need to make more of her. The ewe in third here, a ewe that for me today, she gets a little plainer in the bottom third of her body, and her chest for her gets a little deeper for me. When you get your hands on her, she shortens up a little. When I get her into motion, I need to change her off her back wheels for me to get her up any higher today. The ewe and next in line, another ewe that I'd like to sure change her about her breed type a little for me. And another ewe, when I get her into motion, I'd sure like to change the way she travels off her rear legs. She gets pretty short and choppy. I need to loosen her up in her structure to get her up any higher today. Then we round out a ewe next in class. It just gets a little plainer from the side, shortens up a little from flank to flank. Doesn't handle as long as the ones that were above of her. Just need to lengthen her out and change a few things about her to get her up any higher today.
Our next class here in our Southdown show will be Class 10. Class 10 Fall Southdown ewe lambs. These ewe lambs are November and December born. 8 entries in the class. Southdown Fall ewe lambs, November, December born. In the ring, please. Lloyd Arthur, please come back to the show ring. Results of Class 9. Class 9, Southdown Fall ewe lambs, September, October born. First place and congratulations, Hope Barker. Second place was exhibitor Larkin Miller. Third, Drew George. Fourth, Brock True. Fifth place exhibitor, Abby Brown. Sixth was Quincy Langendorfer. And seventh was Vivian Stevenson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 9 Fall Southdown ewe lamb exhibitors. Southdown exhibitors, your next class will be your senior champion drive. Senior champion, Southdown ewe drive. We need those first and second place. First and second place, yearling ewes and fall ewe lambs. Ringside and ready, please. First and second place, Southdown yearling ewes and fall ewe lambs. Ringside and ready, please. Once again, Southdown exhibitors, your next class will be your senior champion and reserve senior champion drive. We will need those first and second place yearling ewes and fall ewe lambs. Ringside and ready, please.
Ewe lamb I'm going to start with in this late fall deal. I'll be the first to admit, she's my kind. I mean, boy, she's shallow. She's cool fronted. Her neck comes out where it needs to be. She just right up there on her toes, and when she gets out and goes, she goes as good as anything we got in the class. She's got base width when she goes away from you. You get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint you any at all. She measures out good. She's got a big, good flat hip. Got plenty of stifle shape from center to center. I just think this one, she's awful nice for this class. I really like this one a lot, and I appreciate her. The ewe in second, this is probably more the trendy, the sheep, more that they want to gravitate to nowadays, the big fluffy legs. For me, she gets too deep in her, from her chime to her bottom of her chest floor. I need to shove her up in that more. I need to maybe just change her shoulder the way it lays a little bit. When you get your hand on her, she's got a good rack, and she's good and flat out her loin and her hip. Got plenty of muscle shape to her. When I get her into motion, she gets pretty narrow at the ground, and I'm going to be the first to admit, if it was me and my sheep, I'd peel quite a bit of that inside wool off of her rear legs. She'd give her more base width when she goes away from you, because right now, when you put her into motion, she just rubs them back legs together, and it makes her appear to be a lot narrower at the ground than I really do believe she is. But when you stand back and analyze her, she's got plenty of turn to her rib. She's big in her rack, like I said, in her loin. Like I said, I just need to change her in the front third of her body to get around the one that we win the class with. The one in third is just kind of a really solid, honest sheep. I mean, this one hasn't been fed on hard. She's green and raw as anything we got in the class. She got good touch to her. She's big on her loin and out through her hip. When you get her into motion, she travels really nice. We just need more of her compared to the two right above her, to be honest, to challenge them any. Coming next in line, a sheep, a long-bodied sheep. It's got plenty of round turn to her rib. I appreciate that about her, and I like her from her 13th rib back. I need to change the front end of this sheep, some in her shoulder, the way it lays, in the front part of her chest plate, to get her up any higher today. Then we round out the class with a sheep that's really green to the touch. I need to drop her in her flank. I need to straighten her out in her hip from her hooks to her pins. I need to give her more center part of her muscle, more muscle to the center part of her leg to get her up any higher today in class.
Natural colored exhibitors, we need those natural colored rams and ewes to the south show ring, please. Natural colored exhibitors, all animals to the south show ring. At this time, we are ready for our senior champion and reserve senior champion Southdown ewe drive. We need those first and second place yearling ewes and fall ewe lambs in the show ring, please. Results of Class 10, Fall Southdown ewe lamb class. Ewe lambs born November and December. First place, and congratulations, Brock True. Second place was exhibitor Landry Krieger. Third, Cooper Crowder. Fourth place was John Crowder. Fifth, Olivia Porter. Sixth place was exhibitor Addison True. 7, Riley Geertz. Eighth place was Vivian Stevenson. And ninth place was Amelia Langendenfer. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 10 Fall Southdown U exhibitors. Langendorfer, I'll get it right. Langendorfer, Amelia Langendorfer was your ninth place exhibitor. In the ring for our senior champion drive from Class 5, you've got first place exhibitor Drew George. Second place was exhibitor Lily Williamson. From Class 6, first place exhibitor Olivia Porter. Second place, Chase Brennan. From Class 7, first place was Lily Williamson. Second place was exhibitor Larkin Miller. Class 9, your early fall-born ewe lambs. First place was exhibited by Hope Barker. Second, Larkin Miller. And from Class 10, your late-born fall ewe lambs. First place exhibitor, Brock True. Second place was Landry Krieger. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our first and second place yearling ewe and fall-born ewe lamb exhibitors. In the ring at this time, we have Class 11. Class 11, that is your early January Southdown ewe lambs. These ewe lambs were born January 1 through January 6. Southdown spring ewe lambs, January 1 through January 6 in the ring. Well, I know many of you around ringside know our judge very well, but I would like to take this time and introduce our judge here in the North Ring. Please meet Mr. Jeff Rapaski. Jeff is from Lonsdale, Minnesota, where he owns and operates Northern Star Livestock Services. He runs around 400 ewes of Southdown, crossbred weather type, and a few Dorset speckle ewes. Jeff grew up in eastern Ohio on a cow-calf operation and bought his first set of ewes when he was 11. Jeff attended Colby Community College and has judged numerous shows throughout the United States. Jeff enjoys working with and sorting junior shows as they are the future of our industry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Give a warm Hoosier welcome to Mr. Jeff Rapaski. Southdown exhibitors, we need those Class 12 Southdown ewe lambs. Southdown ewe lambs born January 7th through January 25th. January 7th through January 25th, we need those Class 12 Southdown ewe lambs ringside and ready, please.
Eli, I'm going to start with the biggest advantage for me in this. She just a tick shallower in her chest floor, especially when you put her into motion. I think her shoulder lays a little bit better in the lower part of her shoulder than the ewe lamb we got in second. And you get your hands on her, She doesn't disappoint you at all. Another ewe lamb, you're going to hear me say it a lot, but she's really big in that flat and that loin. She hooks up good in her from her hip loin juncture. Just a nice ewe lamb, and you get her into motion. She doesn't disappoint you at all either. I like the way she gets out and she travels. Ewe lamb in second. I'd like to tidy her up just a little bit in the bottom part of her chest for me today. Like maybe when I get her out into motion, she's maybe a little too broke. She just won't. I'd like to just speed her up a little bit and really get her out and see her go, young man. But you've done an awesome job as far as working with her at home. Ewe lamb that's got plenty of turn to her rib. I like the way she run her under. I like the way she's got plenty of flank in her. When you get behind her, she's got plenty of muscle. And again, like I said, just nitpicking, I'd like to just tidy her in her chest for a little bit for me today to get around the one we win with. The one in third is a little tidier in her chest floor again, like our class winner. Ewe lamb, when I get back over top of her, she doesn't hook up quite as well in her hip loin juncture. When you get right up over top of her, and it's not as much dimension and width compared to the two it was right above her. And for me today, she's just got to stay in the third hole. The ewe lamb comes next in line. Ewe lamb, it is opened up in her rib. You get your hands on her. She's big and full everywhere you get on her. I'd like to change the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. I'd like to just change her nostril color a little bit, darken it up for me today compared to the three that we had above her. But a ewe lamb that's, like I said, she's got a lot of merit to her, and you get up over top of her, she's got plenty of muscle, and she's opened up enough. Just for me today, we need to change that. Then we come into fifth hole. A ewe lamb is really neat from the side, but just too jammed up. She's too short from flank to flank for me compared to the ones we had above her in class today. And you get right behind her, is still just not enough muscle through the center part of her stifle compared to the ones above her.
Exhibitors, your next class will be Southdown ewe lambs, Spring Southdown ewe lambs class 12. These ewe lambs were born January 7th through January 25th. January 7th through January 25th. Should be 9 entries in the class. Come on in. Results of Class 11. Class 11 Southdown Spring ewe lambs born January 1 through January 6. First place, and congratulations, Levi Willman. Second place was exhibitor Jude Parker. Third, Addison True. Fourth place, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Fifth place, Lindley Krieger. Seventh, Kennedy Bates. Eighth place exhibitor Sixth place was Kennedy Bates. Seventh place, Nash Arthur. Eighth place was Quincy Langendorfer. Ninth place was Amelia Langendorfer. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 11 Southdown Spring ewe lamb exhibitors. Natural colored exhibitors, we need those yearling ewes. Natural colored yearling ewes, we need you in the South show ring. Natural colored yearling ewes in the South show ring, post haste. Once again, in the show ring at this time, we have Class 12 Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs born January 7th through January 25th. Caitlin Shackle. Caitlin Shackle. We need you for Class 12. Caitlin Shackle. We need your January 14th born Southdown ewe lamb. She's in there. Okay, we just didn't see Caitlin. Gotcha, gotcha. We were looking for kids and because we couldn't read ear tags. Southdown exhibitors, we need those Class 13 spring ewe lambs. Those ewe lambs were born February 1st through February 3rd. February 1st through February 3rd, Southdown spring ewe lambs. We need you ringside and ready, please.
Ewe lamb I'm going to start with. I think there's just too much of her, and when you get up and stop of her and analyze her, there's plenty of sheep here. Her shoulder lays right, her neck comes out where it needs to. You get your hands on her, she's big and bold, and her top, her rack, and back through her loin and into her hip. She sits down on a nice set of feet and legs when she goes around the ring. One thing I will say, lose the belly wool. Don't need it. The yearling ewe don't need it either. The ewe lamb second comes back. The ewe lamb is real pretty from the side. I like the shoulder, I like the way her neck lays in her, comes up out of the top of her shoulder. for me, she shortens up. She gets a little deeper from the side compared to the one that we win the class with. But a ewe lamb, I think down the road, she gets a little more maturity on her. I think she's going to be plenty good in her own right. Ewe lamb comes in third. This one's hard for me to read. I really like things about this ewe lamb. She is probably the hardest touching one we got in the class. She's really bold in her rack and big and flat in her loin, and it hooks up really good into her hip loin juncture. If I had this ewe lamb, I'd probably fill her quite a bit more for class. She just needs a little more fill in her, drop her in her flank compared to what she is right now. But this ewe lamb, I'm telling you, in the future, she's going to be one that's going to push some class winners quite a bit because I think she's awful well made. She's got a really nice touch to her and got plenty of muscle. Like I said, she just needs to be fuller today to balance up when she gets out here on the side. Nice ewe lamb, young man. Ewe lamb next in line, a real big upstanding ewe lamb, real long fronted ewe lamb. For me, when you get behind her, she just lacks too much shape through the center part of her leg compared to the ones above her today to get her up any higher in class. The next ewe lamb that rounds out our top five, I need to smooth her up in her shoulder blade. I need to change the way that blade sets in her compared to the ones above her today to get her up any higher today.
Our next class will be Class 13. Class 13 Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs. These ewe lambs were born February 1st through February 3rd. Class 13, in the ring, please. Results of Class 12. Class 12 Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs born January 7th through January 25th. First place, and congratulations, Drew George. Second place was exhibited by Lily Williamson. Third, John Crowder. Fourth place was Hope Barker. Fifth place exhibitor, Caitlin Shakel. Sixth, Nash Arthur. Seventh place was Braxton Green. Eighth was exhibitor Mitchell Brown. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 12 Southdown Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. Southdown exhibitors. Southdown exhibitors, we need those class 14. Class 14. Southdown Spring Ewe lambs, ringside and ready. Class 14 are lambs born February 8th through February 20th. Class 14, ringside and ready, please.
Ewe lamb I'm going to start with. A ewe lamb is just chock full of muscle. Boy, when you get your hands on her, she'd big out her hip and through the center part of her leg. A ewe lamb is plenty shallow enough in her chest for as much thickness as she carries. She's good on her feet and legs, and she gets around the wing. She's just a pretty logical choice to win this class. Ewe lamb next in line. A ewe lamb that gives up some center part of her body compared to the ewe lamb who wins, gives up quite a bit of muscle, and when you get right behind her compared to the ewe lamb who wins, but the ewe lamb is nice, her shoulder lays in nice, her neck comes out where it needs to, she gets around the ring very nicely. We just need to punch more muscle in this one to get around the one that we win with. The ewe lamb next in line, it comes out, ewe lamb, she's more like our class winner as far as her body makeup and her dimension and density and muscle. A ewe lamb I need to change when I get her into motion compared to the two who's right above her to get her around them. The ewe lamb next in line, a longer sided ewe lamb. I just need to add quite a bit more muscle into this ewe lamb. Need to blow her apart in her upper part of her hip and pack her full of more muscle through the center part of her leg to get around anything that was above her today. Then we round out the class with a ewe lamb. When you get behind her, she's really nice from the profile and pretty in her shoulder and the way her neck lays. And when you get your hands on her, she shortens up from her 13th rib back. And when you get behind her, she just doesn't have near enough dimension through the center part of her leg compared to the ones that were above her.
Our next class will be Class 14. Class 14, Southdown Spring Ewe lambs. These ewe lambs are born February 8th through February 20th. Class 14 in the ring. Results of Class 13. Class 13, Southdown Spring Ewe lambs born February 1st through February 3rd. First place, and congratulations, Hope Barker. Second place was exhibitor Francis Brennan. Third, Cole Jester. Fourth, John Crowder. Fifth place exhibitor Eli Kennedy. And sixth was Quincy Langendorfer. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 13 Springborn Southdown ewe lamb exhibitors. Southdown exhibitors, your next class will be Class 15. Class 15, we need you ringside and ready, please. Ringside and ready. Class 15, March-born Southdown Spring Ewe lambs. Class 15, March-born, ringside and ready, please.
ewe lamb I'm going to win with today. I think she does it pretty handily for me. She balances up from the side really nice. Her shoulder lays where it needs to. That's probably the difference between my first and my second place ewe lamb is just that lower point of her shoulder, the way it lays in there. Ewe lamb, once again, she's got plenty of muscle into her and she balances up nice. You get your hands on her, she's good. The ewe lamb in second, maybe carrying a little more condition than our class winner today for me. Ewe lamb she's big and long. I'd like to just change her in the lower point of her shoulder a little bit. Maybe just give her a little more muscle in through the center part of that twist to get her around the one that we win the class with. The problem sheep's a sheep here in third for me. This sheep's really, really cool from the side. She's really young appearing. You get your hands on her, she really doesn't disappoint you at all as far as her touch and her hip and her stifle muscle. I like a lot of things about her. Kind of contemplated there whether I wanted to put her third or second. For me today, just not enough of her compared to the two that were above her, and they matched up probably better than she'd be kind of the odd one out for me, and so she needs to stay third for me today. But I really appreciate a lot of things about her. I like the way her neck is and her shoulder and really her touch. The ewe lamb next in line that comes up, she just gets a little plainer through the front third of her body. She runs the wrong direction for me as far as her underline. A ewe lamb, when you get behind her, she just needs busted open more, needs more muscle and packed in the center part of her leg compared to the front third of her body to get her up any higher today. Then we round out the class with a ewe lamb. It is pretty from the side, and I like the way she balances up from the side. When you get your hands on her, she's the softest touching of any of them. Doesn't have near the expression of muscle compared to the ones that were above her today.
In our Southdown ring, your next class will be Class 15. Class 15, Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs, born March 1 through March 20th. Class 15, in the ring, please. Results of Class 14. Class 14, Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs, born February 8th through February 20th. First place, and congratulations, Larkin Miller. Second place was exhibited by Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Third, Riker Beckmeyer. Fourth place was Riley Geertz. Fifth, Ainsley Mendenhall. Sixth place was Amelia Langendorfer. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 14 Southdown Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. Southdown exhibitors, your next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Southdown pair of ewe lambs will be next. Once again, Southdown exhibitors, your next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Southdown pair of ewe lambs will be next.
Ewe lamb I'm going to start with. I think she's just a little tidier in her condition wise for her age. When you get up over top of her row, too, for me, her shoulder ties into her rack shape a lot better. She's just a real good touch that touches you back, per se. When you come on back through her loin, her hips good. I'll be first to grand. She probably doesn't have as much total thickness as muscling as the ewe lamb we got in second. Ewe lamb in second, I'd like to just change her where she comes out of her top of her shoulder into her rack shape for me. She opens up quite a bit. She gets kind of plain there. When you get your hands on her, she doesn't have the touch compared to the one that we win with. But yes, she is more opened up. She is more busted open in the center part of her cavity. But for me, I just need to change that about her, the way she handles. But with that being said, she's also carrying more condition than the ewe lamb that we win the class with. But nice pair up there on top. Ewe lamb in third, I really like from the profiles of this ewe lamb. I like the way she underline lays in her. I like her shoulder and her neck comes out of her. You get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint you any. The problem with her today for me is when I get right behind her, she just needs more natural thickness through the center part of her stifle compared to the two that are right above her. If we can change that about her, this sheep probably wins my class pretty handily for me today. The ewe lamb comes next in line. Ewe lamb is real nice in her underline once again. Her shoulder comes. When you get your hands on her row, she just softens up quite a bit to touch for me today compared to the ones that we had right above her to get her up any higher today. Then we round out the class with a ewe lamb. Ewe lamb gets a little off balance for me when you stand back and analyze her from the side. I just need to give her more shape through the center part of her leg and her stifle and bust her hip open, make it bigger compared to the rest of her body to get her up any higher today.
Exhibitors, your next class will be our pair of Southdown ewe lambs. In the ring, please. Southdown pair of ewe lambs. In the ring, please. Following our pair class, we will be selecting your junior champion and reserve junior champion Southdown ewe. Please have all those first and second place Southdown ewe lambs ringside and ready. First and second place, Southdown ewe lambs, ringside and ready, please. Exhibitors, we need those first and second place. First and second place, Southdown ewe lambs. First and second place, Southdown ewe lambs, ringside and ready, please. There was just one entry in our pair class, and I didn't realize that. So, first and second place, Southdown ewe lambs, ringside and ready, please. Natural colored Romney exhibitors, be on the ready. We are going to give the judge a 5 or 10 minute break following our natural colored show. So we will call you when we need you to come to the South Show Ring. Natural colored Romney exhibitors, be on the ready. We'll be calling for you in a few minutes. And looks like we still need a few of our second place Southdown ewe lambs. First and second place, Southdown ewe lambs. We need you in the show ring, please. No, we got them all. We got them all. So for our Southdown Junior Champion Drive from Class 11, your first place exhibitor is Levi Willman. Second place was exhibited by Jude Parker. Class 12, first place exhibitor Drew George. Second place, Lily Williamson. Class 13, first place exhibitor Hope Barker. Second place was Frances Brennan. From Class 14, first place exhibitor Larkin Miller. Second, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. And from Class 15, your first place exhibitor Lily Williamson. Second place was exhibited by Drew George. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place junior champion exhibitors.
First off, let's put our hands together for these young people. This has been an awful good ewe-lamb show. I'm awful happy once again, not repeat myself, but I got a really nice set of ewe-lambs out here to pick from, and it's one person's opinion. Just remember, I guess I get the mic today, so I get to make that decision, and I'm more than welcome to criticism. If someone wants to yell at me later, I'll be around. But for me, there's two individuals I think that match up fairly well and close. The kind that I'd like to make at home, and I try to strive to make, I guess. I'll go out and I'll show you my pair that I like, and we'll move on to our grand ewe drive.
Your junior champion from Class 11, congratulations, Levi Willman. And your reserve junior champion from Class 12, congratulations, Drew George. We need those senior and reserve senior champion Southdown ewes for the selection of our champion, our overall champion and reserve champion Southdown ewe. In the ring at this time, we are selecting your overall champion and reserve champion, Southdown ewe. Once again, your senior champion, Southdown ewe, was exhibited by Drew George. Your reserve senior champion was exhibited by Brock True. And your junior champion exhibitor was Levi Willman. Your reserve junior champion was Drew George. Border Cheviot exhibitors, Border Cheviot, Ram Lambs. We need you ringside and ready, please. Class 19, oh, I'm sorry, Class 18. Class 18, Fall Border Cheviot Ram Lambs. Fall born Border Cheviot Rams, Class 18. We need you ringside and ready, please.
I think this has been an awful good Southdown show. I think I got 4 females out here represent the breed awful well. they all check boxes that we need to. I think as far as they get around the ring, they travel good. They got muscle. They got some eye appeal and some look to them. Then from there you can just start nitpicking and start tweaking on things that you need to make them better as we go down the road. But like I said, I'm awful happy with the 4 I got out here. I'll go out, I'll show you the one I like the best, and then we'll get you a reserve.
And your overall Southdown U champion from your junior division, congratulations, Levi Willman. Your reserve overall champion, Southdown U, out of your senior division, congratulations, Drew George. Once again, congratulations to all of our Southdown exhibitors. Yeah, Border Cheviot exhibitors, we're going to take just a quick pause so we can get pictures of our Southdown champions and reserve champions. So just take a pause for the cause. We are ready to get underway with our Fall Border Cheviot Rams. Please bring in Class 18. Class 18 Fall Border Cheviot Rams in the show ring. 2 entries in this class, I believe. We need those Class 19 Springborn Border Cheviot Rams ringside and ready, please. Class 19 Springborn Border Cheviot Ram Lambs ringside and ready, please.
Well, this class is pretty dummy proof for me. The buckland we're going to use, there's just so much more of him as far as his cage and the amount of muscle he's got on in him. And you get on his top line, he's real straight and square down his top line. And that's where I'd like to change a buck in second. A buck, he just gets a little bit high in his loin. He pinches right behind his shoulder. We need to change that about him. And maybe just pack him with some more muscle and open up his cage more to challenge the buck that we win the class with. Nice pair of fall bucks.
Results of Class 18. Class 18, your Fallborn Border Cheviot Rams. First place, and congratulations, Caitlin Von Briens. Second place was exhibitor J.W. Sims Reisner.
buck I'm going to start with, the Chevy buck. I think he's a little bit more, standing on a little bigger bone work for me today compared to our buck in second. And a buck that I like him better when you get him into move. He stays straighter in his top line. A buck that appears to be a lot younger than our buck in second as far as just the handle on him. He's greener. He doesn't have as much touch and as much muscling probably as our buck in second. The buck in second's a real big buck, upstanding buck, a buck that when you get your hands on him, I'd like to just change him, especially when you get him into motion. He gets a little bit, comes apart in his top line. For me, a buck, I just change his front feet a little bit, the way they sit down, but another big growthy buck deserves to be a second. The buck in third, a buck that just gives up quite a bit of total mass and body and muscling compared to the two who's right above him to get him up any higher today in class.
Here in our Border Cheviot show, our next class will be your champion and reserve champion Border Cheviot Ram. Results of our Springborn Rams. First place, and congratulations, Caitlin Von Behrens. Second place was also exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens. Third place exhibitor, Abriella Clifton.
For me today, I'm going to use my spring buck. He's going to be your champion buck. I think as far as this buck, I like the bone work that he stands on. And when you get up in front of this buck, it's like where his ear placement is a little better for me compared to the fall buck. The fall buck will be your reserve buck. Nice pair of Cheviot bucks. There wasn't very many numbers, but the quality is awful good.
And the results of your champion and reserve champion Border Cheviot drive. Your champion from your junior division was exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens. Your reserve champion Border Cheviot Ram from your senior division was also exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens. Congratulations to all of our Border Cheviot Ram exhibitors. Natural colored Romney exhibitors, we need you and your animals to the South Show Ring. Natural colored exhibitors and animals to the South Show Ring, please. Our next class will be Class 21, Yearling Border Cheviot Ewes. Yearling Border Cheviot ewes. Should be 7 entries in that class. Class 21, in the ring, please. Border Cheviot exhibitors, your next class will be your pair of yearling ewes. Border Cheviot pair of yearling ewes will be next. Fallborn Border Cheviot ewe lambs. Fallborn Border Cheviot ewe lambs. We need you ringside and ready, please. Class 23, Fallborn Border Cheviot ewe lambs, ringside and ready, please.
We're the Cheviot Yearling Ewes. This year I'm going to start with, she just kind of dominates the class. Man, boy, there's a lot of sheep here. When you get up over top of the sheep, and it's not all wool, I mean, you get your hands on her. This is a big-bodied ewe. There's a lot of turned to her rib. She's got a lot of top in her, comes back into a big loin. Just an awful nice individual. Chevy head, her head's good on her. As far as her ears come right up out where they need to. I think she's just an awful good female to start this class. You in second, really pretty from the side, balances up. Just she could be a little bit more of her compared to our class winner as far as when you get up over top of her. But not saying that she's frail or she's narrow by no means, because there's a lot of sheep in this one too. She's just not as near as much mass and body compared to the one that we win the class, but a really pretty pictured female from the side. I think this is an awful nice pair up on the top to start with. The ewe in third, a little bit of a longer sided ewe compared to the contemporaries that stand below her. A ewe that's straight in her lines. A ewe that, for me today, we're going to use her in the third hole because I just don't think there's near as much of her as compared to the two that's right above her to get her up any higher today. And then the fourth place ewe, another real pretty pictured ewe, ewe that just shortens up quite a bit for me compared to the three right and above her. Today, to get her up any higher, we just need to lengthen her out, and especially lengthen her out from her 13th rib back to get her up any higher. And then we round out the top five with a six-yeared ewe. It's a really nice ewe in her own right. There's no wool on her. A ewe lamb or a yearling ewe that, for me, when you start analyzing her, you just question if there's enough thickness and total mass compared to the four that stand above her today.
In the ring at this time, we have Class 22, our pair of yearling ewes. Pair of yearling Border Cheviot ewes in the ring. Exhibitors, we will need those Class 23 fall Border Cheviot ewe lambs ringside and ready, please. Class 23, ringside and ready, please. For any exhibitors or family that needs some lunchtime nourishment, there is a food truck here on the grounds, and we also have food available inside the building. In the ring, we need Class 23. Class 23, fall-born Border Cheviot ewe lambs should have a total of 4 in the class. Class 23 in the ring. There's our class 23 in the ring. Border Cheviot exhibitors, your next class will be your senior champion drive. So we will need those first and second place yearling ewes. First and second place yearling ewes, ringside and ready, please.
This pair I got up here on the top, they excel the class as far as their feet and legs, down their top line and out through their hip. Just big square top females that got quite a bit of product in them. The female that I'm going to win the class with, maybe I like this female as far as just from her hook stir pins a tick better than the ewe lamb we got in second. I like the way she carries herself around the ring, and when you put her into motion, a little better than the ewe lamb in second. But this ewe lamb is really busted open. She's got a lot of cage to her. I think she's just an awful nice Cheviot fall ewe lamb. Ewe lamb in second. Granted, ewe lamb, I really like her when she's propped up from the side, and she appears, she's got a really nice touch to her as far as down her, she's straight down her top and everything. When you get her into motion, though, she wants to get a little higher in the spine for me. I'd just like to change that about her. I'd like to maybe just make her take a freer stride compared to our class winner to get her around her. The big ewe lamb is in the third hole in the class. Big extended ewe lamb. Ewe lamb she's got more wool than the two that's right in front of her on her. Ewe lamb is probably narrower than the two that's in front of her if you'd peel the wool off of them. Ewe lamb, when I put this one into motion, she wants to get lower at the point of her shoulder than she does at her hips when she walks around the ring. I need to change that about her quite a bit and change her rear legs structure as far as to to get her up any higher in class today. And then we round out a ewe lamb. Just gives up quite a bit of length of body and size and scale. As far as then you get your hands on her, she narrows up quite a bit compared to the ones that's right above her too.
Our next class here in our Border Cheviot show will be your senior champion and reserve senior champion drive. So we'll need those first and second place yearling ewes and the first and second place fall ewe lambs in the ring for our senior drive. Results of our Class 23 Fall-born Border Cheviot ewe lambs. First place, and congratulations, Caitlin Von Behrens. Second place was exhibitor Arabella Clifton. Third was also exhibited by Arabella Clifton. Fourth place was J.W. Sims Reisner. Once again, congratulations to those Class 23 Fall-born Border Cheviot ewe exhibitors. We'll need those Class 24 Springborn Border Cheviot ewe lambs ringside and ready, please. Class 24 Springborn Border Cheviot ewe lambs ringside and ready, please.
I know out here for your senior drive in your Cheviot show. For me today, there's a female that I think's awful special for the breed. I just like the way she's made. I guess she's made more the way I like them. Maybe not everybody's taste, but for me, I really like this fall ewe lamb, and she's going to be your senior champion ewe. We're going to come back and we're going to use your yearling ewe for reserve.
And your senior champion, Border Cheviot ewe from your Fall-born class, congratulations, Caitlin Von Behrens. Your reserve senior champion out of your yearling ewe class, congratulations, Caitlin Von Behrens. When you're ready, exhibitors, we are ready. Bring in those Class 24 Springborn Border Cheviot ewe lambs. Should be 6 entries in the class. Class 24 in the ring, please. We have a scratch in this class, Jeff, so we just have 5 entries.
Lamb, I'm going to start with. She puts the most good things together for me today. She balances up really nice from the side. She's standing on a good set of feet and legs, and her bone works nice. You get your hands on her. She's got plenty of turn to her rib, and she comes out through her hip really nice and square and level. I think this is an awful nice one logically to start this class. My problem comes in 2 and 3. I'd like to take parts away from one and give the other. If I can do that, I make a pretty good sheep, and we can win this class. The ewe lamb in second. Stand on a little bigger set of feet or a little more bone work for me. When you get her into motion, she gets around the ring better for me today. That's where she beats the third place ewe lamb. A ewe lamb, she's got enough turn to her rib and she's square down her top. Ewe lamb is a little more compact, probably a little more moderate in her type as far as what we got out here today. She's small by no means. I think she's plenty big enough for the breed. The ewe lamb in third, a big ewe lamb, a really extended front end. If I can put that on my first one, I like that about her. I like the way her ears come out of her, set on her head. My problem with the ewe lamb is when I get her into motion, she wants to really get not control her rear hock near good enough for me to get her up any higher in class today. If we can change that and her hip structure, I can move her on up in class quite a bit. The ewe lamb here comes in 4-hole. Ewe lamb is not real highly presented, but it's not a bad sheep in her own right. As far as when you get your hands on her, we just need more of her. She narrows up quite a bit compared to the three that's right in front of her. Just needs more groceries, I guess, more than anything. As far as just to get a little more weight on her to compete with the three above her. Then we round out the class with, I'm going to say he's probably the youngest and the baby of the group. Not really a thing wrong with her as far as she's straight down her top line. She handles herself good when you put her into motion. She gets out here with the rest of these, though. She's not standing on near as much bone work. She's not got near as much mass or thickness to her compared to the ones that stand above her. I think all that comes in time with her.
Border Cheviot exhibitors, your next class will be your pair of ewe lambs. Border Cheviot pair of ewe lambs will be next. We have 2 entries in that class. Caitlin has a pair and Arabella has a pair. Then we will select your junior champion. No, we won't select. We've already selected your junior champion because we only had 1 class. So we'll need our senior champion and reserve senior champion Border Cheviot ewes ringside and ready. Following our pair class, we will be selecting your overall champion and reserve champion Border Cheviot ewe. In the ring at this time, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion, Border Cheviot ewe. From our junior division, we have Caitlin Von Behrens with your junior champion and reserve junior champion. We also, your senior division champion was also both exhibited by Caitlin Von Behrens. The last class in our Border Cheviot will be our Border Cheviot flock class. And Caitlin Von Behrens has a flock and Arabella Clifton has a flock.
Well, I sure ain't trying to seem like I'm rushing through this. I know there wasn't very many numbers, but I'm here to tell you people, this is an awful nice set of females that the kids brought out to you. This ewe lamb, the fall ewe lamb that wins the senior deal, I think this one's awful special, and she's going to be your champion ewe for me pretty easily today. Then I think it gets a lot closer between the yearling ewe and this spring ewe lamb. For me today, I think I like the head a little better on this junior ewe lamb, and she's going to be your reserve champion ewe.
Your overall your overall champion, Border Cheviot U from your senior division. Congratulations, Caitlin Von Behrens. And your reserve overall champion was from your junior division. Once again, congratulations, Caitlin Von Behrens.
I don't have mine entered yet. I'm going to take her money.
And our last class here in our Border Cheviot show is our flock class. Tunis exhibitors, we need those Tunis Rams. Tunis Rams, ringside and ready, please. If we have our Tunis fall lamb, Tunis yearling ram, bring him on in. Looks like we have a single entry in our class 27. We have a single entry in class 28, and we have two entries in class 29. Class 27, yearling, Tunis Rams in the ring.
only a single entry in the Tunis yearling buck class, but a buck that could stand quite a bit more or competition actually. Buck is real nice made. He's good on his feet and legs. I like the color about him. We'll talk about him some more in the drive.
Results of Class 27. Class 27, first place, and congratulations, Nathan Everhart. Our next class will be Class 28. Class 28, our fall Tunis Ram Lamb. Single entry in that class.
Once again, only a single entry in the Tunis fall buck class, but a buck that's really really nice. As far as you get over top of him, he's really opened up. Got some thickness down his top. Bucket stands on a pretty good set of feet and legs. Awful big bone for a Tunis buck. Just an awful nice individual. Let's get him back here in the drive against the rest of them and see what he looks like.
Our next class will be our senior champion Ram drive. Please bring in that yearling Tunis Ram into the ring. Exhibitors, we need that pair. We've got two spring Tunis Ram lambs. We need those Ram lambs ringside and ready, please. Class 29, ringside and ready.
For me today, for a champion Tunis senior buck, I'm going to use this fall buck lamb. He'll be your senior champion buck. Buck, like I said in class, this buck really, he's really opened up and got plenty of turn to his rib. He stands on a big old set of feet and legs for a Tunis. I just think he's awful nice. And we'll follow up with the yearling buck for your reserve senior champion buck.
Your senior champion, Tunis Ram Lamb, from your fall class. Congratulations, Bo Mum. And your reserve senior champion from your yearling U class. Congratulations, Nathan Everhart. In the ring at this time, we have Class 29, Spring Tunis Ram Lambs. We'll need those senior champion and reserve senior champion ringside and ready. Following this class, we will be selecting your overall champion and reserve champion Tunis Ram.
two entries here in the Tunis spring buck class. The buck lamb I'm going to start with, we just got way too much product in this sheep compared to our second place buck. Not to use him, he's going to win this class very handily. A sheep that's opened up in his rib, you get your hands on him. He got quite a bit of muscle and working for him. This is an awful nice sheep in this spring class to win. The buck in second, he's pretty from the profile on the side. He's extended up through his front end. His shoulder lays good in him. Buck that when you just get your hands on him, there's just not near enough product in him today compared to the one that we win the class with to get him any higher.
Please bring in your senior champion and reserve senior champion for our overall champion and reserve champion, Tunis Ram.
For me today, it's a pretty easy decision. Your fall buck, he's going to be your champion Tunis buck quite handily. And for me, for a reserve buck, I think it gets closer between the spring buck and your yearling buck. I like some things about this spring buck an awful lot. I think he ties a little better coming out of his shoulder than our yearling buck. I think he's got just as much thickness out through his loin and into his hip as we got from the yearling buck. For me today, I'm going to use this spring buck. He'll be your reserve buck.
Tunis exhibitors, your next class will be Class 30, Yearling Ewes. Tunis Yearling Ewes will be next. We have 7 entries in that class.
For me, in my mind, yeah, I got a top pair up here that are awful solid. Uh, you can mix and match them and justify what you want to do, and I'm not going to probably argue with you much. And I'm going to be the first to tell you, I'm not a Tunis expert by no means. I'm not going to. I like the kind of sheep I like. The yearling ewe I'm going to start with. I'll be the first to tell you, there's not a straighter top ewe, not a bigger loin, big out through her hip. Boy, she just handles like a rock. Uh, when you get her into motion, she stays the truest in her top line of anything we got in class, and her feet and legs under her. She gets me on the top for me pretty easily today. I can't get around not beating her. The ewe in second, you want to argue this one's a longer bodied one. She's a little more extended up through her front end. She looks like she's got a little more gas in her tank as far as being a bigger female. She is. I'm not going to argue that with you. For me, when I get her into motion, she comes up out of her spine a little. I'd like to sure just widen her up and bust her open a little bit as far as from her hips back and down into the center part of her leg. But I think them two are awful good Tunis females in their own right for this class today. We come back into you in third. This made more like their class winner you, as far as she's real straight in her top. She's real wide and busted open and big barreled. When I get my hands on her, she shortens up quite a bit from her 13th rib back. When you get her into motion, she maybe doesn't quite handle her legs, her rear feet and legs quite as good as the two right in front of her. For me today, she's just a pretty logical third hole. The ewe in fourth, real pretty ewe as far as her front end, her extension, her neck, and her shoulder lays good. Another one of them ewes that when you get her into motion, she gets up out of her spine pretty high. For me, to get her up any higher today, we need to relax her top when we get her into motion. Maybe just lengthen her out a little more today to get her around the ones that were above her. And then we round out the class with a little frailer boned ewe, a little flatter made kind of female. It doesn't have as much muscle expression compared to the ones that were right above her today.
Results of our Tunis Yearling U class. First place, and congratulations, Kylie Shakel. Second place was exhibitor Nash Arthur. Third, Bo Mum. Fourth, Nathan Everhart. Fifth place was also exhibited by Nathan Everhart. 6, Maddie Huntsman. And 7 was Nathan Everhart. Our next class will be your Tunis Fall Ewe Lambs. Whoop. Yes, Tunis Fall Ewe Lambs. Class 31.
only two Tunis fall ewe lambs. The ewe lamb we're going to start with, she clearly doesn't really want to be here today. But I think for me, she's just got an added touch of bone work under. She is wider of her loin and out through her hip. Got more turn to her rib than the ewe lamb we got in second. That's where we need to change her to get around to one we win with.
Placings on your Class 31 Fall Tunis ewe lamb. First place, and congratulations, goes to Nathan Everhart. And second place goes to Maddie Huntsman. We are ready to select your senior and reserve senior champion Tunis ewe. We need that first place yearling from Kylie Shakel, and that second place yearling from Nash Arthur, and then our falls that were just selected. First place, Nathan Everhart, and second place, Maddie Huntsman. So we are ready to select that champion and reserved senior champion Tunis ewe. Tunis exhibitors, that Class 32 Spring ewe lamb class needs to be in the makeup ring, ringside and ready. Class 32, ringside and ready.
We ain't going to waste a lot of time here. I'm pretty sure Ray Charles could have found this one and figured it out. This yearling ewe, these pair of yearling ewes are going to be your senior champion, reserve senior champion for me today.
And your senior champion Tunis ewe, exhibited by Kylie Shakel. And your reserve senior champion Tunis ewe, Nash Arthur. Let's give our senior exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring, please. And that means we are ready for Class 32 Spring Tunis ewe lambs. Class 32. Class 32 Spring Tunis ewe lambs are in the makeup ring. It looks like we should have 6 entries in this class. All Spring Tunis ewe lambs are in the same class. We should have 6 entries. We've only got 5 entries because Nash's one's in there twice. the class that's in the ring, this will also be your junior and reserve junior champion, Tunis, that is going to get selected out of here. There is a pair class that's listed on the book, but that is going to be a scratch because the exhibitor scratched one of their ewe lambs and they did not have a fall. So after this class, we will be ready to pick our champion and reserve champion, Tunis ewe.
Yeah, I'm going to start with it. They're just more of her as far as when you get up over top of her. Ewe lamb that's standing on a little more substance of bone work for me. I'll be first to grant. I like probably the ewe lamb in second, as far as up through her front end and her way her shoulder lays and her length of body compared to the ewe lamb we win with. But when you get your hands on her, she narrows up quite a bit for me. Today just doesn't have quite as much of her natural product compared to the ewe lamb we win the class. Ewe lamb in third comes in next. Kind of made more like the ewe lamb we win the class with. Ewe lamb, when you get her into motion, she really wants to get high in her spine. She wants to get choppy and short-strided. We need to change them things about her to get her up in her in the second hole. Then we come into a pair of slick ewe lambs that just need more natural thickness to them, more body and rib shape compared to the ones that were above them today to get them up any higher in class.
Placings on class of spring Tunis ewe lambs. First place, also your junior champion, exhibited by Bo Mum. Second place, and your reserve junior champion, exhibited by Nash Arthur. Third place, Maddie Huntsman. Fourth place, Maddie Huntsman. And fifth place, Emma Chandler. We are now ready to select your champion and reserve champion, Tunis ewe. Our senior champion ewe was exhibited by Kylie Shakel, with your reserve senior exhibited by Nash Arthur. Your junior champion Tunis ewe exhibited by Bo Mum, and your reserve junior champion Tunis ewe exhibited by Nash Arthur. Slick Hampshire exhibitors. Slick Hampshire exhibitors, this will be your first call for Slick Hampshire Yearling Rams to the makeup ring. First call for Slick Hamp Yearling Rams. Also, Lincoln exhibitors. This is just a standby. We're going to start back up here in just a little bit. Call for the Lincolns. So, Lincoln exhibitors, about 5 minutes. Mama Mum says that'll work, and then we'll start the Lincoln ring back up.
We ain't gonna take very long on this. There's a female or pair of females I landed on that I thought were awful good. There's one female that I think is just awful nice. I think she's really special for her breed. And I'm gonna stay with my pair of yearling ewes, and they'll be your champion reserve Tunis ewe. Very, very well represented.
And your champion Tunis ewe is exhibited by Kylie Shakel. And your reserve champion Tunis ewe is exhibited by Nash Arthur. Make sure that if you have received a banner, breed champion in this ring over here on the north ring, that you go and get pictures over at the backdrop with Cindy, right? And get pictures over there. So if you have not made your way over there to get your pictures, make sure you do so. And I'm going to tell you that, yes, because Nash had a scratch, we do not have a Tunis flock. So, Hampshire exhibitors, we are ready to go on to our Slick Hamp show. Class 35 is what I've got in front of me, guys. I've got Slick Hamp Yearling Rams. There's 2 entries in this class. So we are moving on here into the North Ring with our Slick Hampshires.
This pair here on Hamp Slick Rams, we're going to leave them the way they stand here. The buck I'm going to start with, he's just a little more fluid in his movement as far as his motion and his stretch and his reach, especially off his front end. Then we got in the buck in second. A buck in second, we just need to change him quite a bit there as far as when we get him into motion. He gets pretty short and is straight off his front end. He gets tight in his heart. We just need to change quite a few of them things to get him around the buck we win with.
Our next class will be your Fallborn Hampshire Slick Ram Lamb. 2 entries in this class, Class 36, Slick Shorn Fallborn Hampshire Ram Lambs. Results of Class 35 Yearling Slick Shorn Hampshire Rams. First and second place was both exhibited by Vivian Stevenson. Nash Arthur and Kylie Shakel. Nash Arthur, Kylie Shakel, if I could get you to come to the announcer stand quickly. I think the White Romney show has started in the South Ring. White Romneys need to be in the South Ring. Oh, Lincolns. Lincolns are in the South Ring.
Here in the fall buck class, the buck I'm going to elect to start with, I think for me, he's just a little smoother in his shoulder. The way it lays, he's a little more extended up through his front end. He lays a little better in his chest floor than the buck we got in second, especially when you get him into motion. A buck that's got a lot of touch to him as far as in his rack shape and back up through his line and out through his hip. I think he's just a logical choice to win with. The buck in second for me, he gets a little bit deeper and plainer in his chest floor when you put him into motion. A buck that doesn't have quite as much touch and crisp as the buck that we win the class with compared to get him up any higher today.
Results of our Class 36. First place and congratulations, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter. Second place exhibitor, Vivian Stevenson. We need those first and second place fall lambs and yearling rams. In the ring at this time, we are selecting your senior champion and reserve senior Hampshire Ram. We need those slick shorn springborn ram lambs ringside and ready. Please, class 37. Class 37, ringside and ready.
For your senior champion slick shorn Hampshire buck, for me today, it's a pretty logical choice as far as it's going to be your fall buck. He'll be your senior champion, slick short ham. And I think it gets personal preference a little closer between the yearling buck and the second place fall buck. For me today, I'm going to go ahead and use my yearling buck. I just like the breed type a little bit better on this sheep. For me, he'll be your reserve senior champion buck. here on the spring buck lamb class. The buck I'm going to start with, just a lot more product, a sheep that stays better in his shoulder and his chest floor. When you get him into motion, the sheep has got a really nice touch to him and comes into a big full rack and back into his loin and his hip, center part of his leg. The buck in second, a buck that gets a little plainer in his chest floor and his rib shape when you get him into motion, especially he gets a little tighter in his heart for me today. When you get standing right behind him, a sheep that just needs a lot more product down in the lower part of his quarter to get him any higher today.
Exhibitors, our next class will be your champion and reserve champion, Slick Shorn Hampshire Ram. If we could bring those senior and reserve senior champions in. We also need the reserve junior champion back in the ring, please.
Hooray for your champion, Slick Short Hamp Buck. For me today, the buck I really like and hit me pretty hard is going to be your spring buck. I just think he's neater in his chest floor, he's tighter in his rib cage. Just a really nice touch in this sheep. I think he's just an awful nice sheep in his own right. And then we're going to come back for reserve. We're going to use your senior champion buck, a buck that's got a lot of product to him. For me, he gets maybe just a little flatter and deeper through the side, through his chest floor and down through his blade compared to our champion buck, but a buck that's carrying a lot of thickness and quite a bit of product.
And your champion, Slick Shorn Hampshire Ram, out of your junior division. Congratulations, Samantha Everhart. Your reserve champion, Hampshire Slick Shorn Ram, from your senior division. Congratulations, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter.
And of course, I didn't get out there for them, so.
Our next class will be your yearling Hampshire Slick Shorn ewe lamb class. Slick Shorn Hampshire yearlings. Slick Shorn Hampshire yearlings, class 39. Hampshire exhibitors, your next class will be your pair of yearling ewes. Pair of Hampshire Slick Shorn yearling ewes will be next. Just a single entry in that class. So if we could have class 41, those fall-born Slick Shorn Hampshire ewe lambs, ringside and ready, please. Class 41. Fall Hampshire Slick Shorn ewe lambs, ringside and ready, please.
Slick-shared Hampshire yearling ewes. The ewe I'm going to start with today, granted, is she a little darker pelted for me? Yeah. Uh, is she the freshest in her touch and probably handles the longest from her 13th rib back and still got plenty of shape and stays shallow and on the move, moves out the best of anything we got in the class? Yes. She's going to win this class for me. The ewe in second, I really like this ewe. Things about this ewe, I like her breed type about her. I like the way her neck comes out of her. For me, I think she's a little overdone. We need to peel quite a bit of that condition off of her. I think her chest floor and her lower, especially down into her breastplate, is paying the price for her being a little too heavy, because when she gets into motion, she appears to be deeper fronted, deeper in her chest floor, especially when you get up on the top of her. She's got plenty of thickness, and she's really a round cage sheep that's got a lot of volume and a lot of mass to her. It comes out in a big hip and a lot of stifle, but her problem is everything kind of appears shorter bodied because she's carrying a more extra condition than she really needs. For me today, she's just got to be second. The ewe in third, another ewe that touches really good. A ewe that I just got to reconstruct her front third of her body. Her neck comes out way too long or too low in her shoulder, doesn't set right. Consequently, when she gets around the ring, she wants to duck. She doesn't get her head up out of her shoulder like she needs to. We just got to reconstruct that part of her to compare, to get her to rival the two that's ahead of her today. The ewe in third, her neck comes out right and everything, but when you get your hands on her, she is by far the shortest from her 13th rib back. She's the shortest from flank to flank of anything we got out here today. We changed that about her, and I can get her up into class quite a bit. We round out the class, another ewe that we need to change the same thing. I need to change the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. I need to lean her up some. The ewe gets a little shorter bodied, or shorter from her 13th rib back compared to some of them. We need to peel a little fat condition off of her to get her up any higher in class today.
In our Hampshire ring, your next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Pair of yearling Hampshire slick shorn ewes will be next. Just one entry in that class. Hampshire exhibitors, we need those class 41 fall slick shorn ewes. Fall slick shorn ewe lambs, ringside and ready, please. Class 41. Results of Class 39. Class 39, their slick shorn Hampshire yearling ewe class. First place, and congratulations, Samantha Everhart. Second place was exhibitor Levi Willman. Third, Vivian Stevenson. Fourth, Haley Cocker. Fifth place was Gabe Wyatt, and sixth was Vivian Stevenson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 39 slick shorn Hampshire yearling ewe exhibitors. In our pair class, your first place pair was exhibited by Vivian Stevenson. We are now ready for that Class 41. Class 41, fall-born slick shorn Hampshire ewe lambs. Fall Hampshire slick shorn ewe lambs in the ring, please. Hampshire exhibitors, we need those first and second place yearling ewes ringside and ready. Our next class will be your senior champion and reserve senior champion drive. First and second place, slick shorn Hampshire yearling ewes, ringside and ready, please. Fitted Hampshire exhibitors. Fitted Hampshire exhibitors. We need those entries to the south ring, please. Fitted Hampshire exhibitors. We need your entries to the south show ring.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with, for as far as it goes for me, she puts the most good things together. Her blade lays right, her chest floor is where it needs to be, her extension as far as her neck comes out, just really, really nice, and she's really crisp with the touch and handle. Good in her chest floor. She got some good in her underline. When you get her into motion, she gets out and she covers her tracks very nicely. The ewe lamb in second, a ewe lamb, a bigger structured kind of female, a female that for me, I need to change where her neck comes out of her front of her shoulder blade, especially when you get her into motion. She wants to get deeper in the front third of her body. She wants to really duck and get her head down. Ewe lamb, but when you get your hands on her, there's plenty of thickness to this female. She's got plenty of shape turned to her rib. As far as that, she's better in her flank for me today than the ewe lamb we got in third. The ewe lamb in third, I can say a lot of the same things about her. Just need to change the way her neck comes out of her front end. Need to deepen her up in her flank to get her around the ones that were above her today.
Hampshire exhibitors, your next class will be your senior drive. So we need those first and second place yearling ewes and the first and second place fall ewe lambs in the ring for our senior champion and reserve senior champion drive. Results of Class 41, Fallborn, Hampshire Slick Shorn ewe lambs. First place, and congratulations, Landry Krieger. Second place was Vivian Stevenson on Lazy 5 Ranch 3510. Third was also Vivian Stevenson on Lazy 5 Ranch 3512. Once again, congratulations on those Class 41 Fallborn Hampshire Slick Shorn ewe lambs. Hampshire exhibitors, we need Class 42 Slick Shorn Hampshire Spring ewe lambs. These ewe lambs will be born January 7th through February 24th. January 7th through February 24th, Class 42 Spring Hampshire Slick Shorn ewe lambs. Ringside and ready, please. Your fitted Hampshire show has started in the South Ring. Fitted Hampshires, South Ring.
fair on your champion slick short Hampshire ewe, or I guess this is a senior. Sorry. For me today, there's three individuals that it comes down to. We got just kind of personal preference, I guess. For me today, I'm going to use this yearling ewe. She's going to be your champion ewe. I told you what I'd kind of like to change about her, but I think the way she gets around the ring and she moves and the condition she's in, her statue as far as her structure and her touch, we just need to use her today to win this deal. Then it gets pretty close for me between my second place yearling ewe and this fall ewe lamb. I like a lot of things about this fall ewe lamb as far as the way she handles and her, especially the way her chest floor stays up in her when you get her into motion. For me today, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use your fall ewe lamb. She'll be a reserve senior champion ewe.
And your senior champion out of your yearling class, congratulations, Samantha Everhart. Your reserve champion out of that fall ewe lamb class, congratulations, Landry Krieger. Once again, congratulations to all of our first and second place senior division slick shorn Hampshire ewe exhibitors. In the ring at this time, we have Class 42. Class 42, Springborn Hampshire Slick Shorn ewe lambs. These ewe lambs were born January 7th through February 24th. 5 entries in the class, Class 42. Hampshire exhibitors, we need those Class 43. Class 43 Slick Shorn ewe lambs. These will be March 1 through April 1 born ewe lambs. Class 43 Slick Shorn ewe lambs born March 1 through April 1.
It's a tough class to sort as far as for me. The ewe lamb I'm going to start with, I think she lays more the good things together as far as her shoulder. Her neck comes out. When you get your hands on her from her over her back her top and back into her hip, when I get her into motion, I wish she'd stay a lot truer in her spine for me. And if we can do that, then she's an easier class winner for me. The ewe lamb in second, I like this ewe lamb better on the move. She does stay truer in her spine. Problem with me, I need to change the way her neck comes out of her front shoulder blade. I need to rotate her shoulder, get it more aligned. I need to give her more muscle in through the center part of her leg when you get right directly behind her. If we can change that about her, she wins this class fairly handily. The ewe lamb in third, just a logical third for me for what we had out in class. The ewe lamb has got a nice touch to her. Her blade lays good. She got some rack and some over her loin and back through her hip and down and through her stifle. A ewe lamb, for me, she just maybe shortens up a little in her front end, her neck extension. A ewe lamb, another one that just maybe gets a little shorter strided when you put her into motion compared to the two we went in the class with. Then we come into a longer bodied sheep. It's a little got more muscle, but a ewe lamb, we need to just sure change her lower part of her shoulder structure. I need to change her when you get her into motion as far as the way she reaches with that front foot to get out and move. And then we round out with the class ewe lamb. It's a little shorter bodied. She's the shortest sided when we got in the class. Ewe lamb, I'd like to sure just square her from her hooks to her pins, give her a little more muscle in to get her up any higher today.
Our next class will be Class 43. Class 43, Slick Shorn, Hampshire ewe lambs. These ewe lambs were born March 1 through April 1. Class 43 in the ring. Results of Class 42. Class 42, first place and congratulations, Levi Willman. Second place was Benton Yandel. Third, Emerson Yandel. Fourth place exhibitor, Noah Maddox. Fifth, Evie Mullen. Sixth place was exhibitor Brock Kessler. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 42 Slick Shorn Hampshire ewe lamb exhibitors. Hampshire exhibitors, your next class will be your pair of ewe lambs. Pair of Hampshire Slick Shorn ewe lambs will be next.
Ewe lamb I'm going to start with. She's just a pretty logical choice for me. She's shallow. She's got her neck comes out right. When you get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint you any. She ties really good coming out of that blade into her rack shape and back through her hip. That's where I'd like to change my ewe lamb in second. Ewe lamb has probably got a little more turn to her rib than our class winner. Ewe lamb, like her way her front end comes out of her and her shoulder, her neck ties into her shoulder really nicely. When you get up over the top of her and start to analyze her, she gets a little more open. Her top part of her blade, her rack, her shoulder doesn't tie into her rack quite as well as the one we win the class with. If we can change that about her, I think she wins the class pretty handily. The ewe lamb in third, a ewe lamb is just neat and tidy. Just for me, she just balances up. I just need to make her longer from flank to flank and from her 13th rib back compared to the two that we had above her today. But really, just a complete sound kind of female that doesn't really have a hole in her. We just need to change her and lengthen her out to get her up any higher today. Then we round out the class with a ewe lamb that has got a nice touch to her and everything. A ewe lamb, when you get her into motion, she kind of runs downhill. She gets a little deeper and plainer in her chest floor and the lower part of her shoulder compared to the contemporaries that were above her today.
Vivian Stevenson. Oh, you're in. Benton Yandell. Benton Yandell, we need your pair of Hampshire ewe lambs. Sorry, guys, we were making a correction on our show placings from class 42. There again, technology's great when it works. Here he comes. There's your pair class. Exhibitors, after our pair class, we need those first and second place ewe lambs ringside and ready for our champion and reserve champion junior drive. Results of your pair class. Your first place pair was exhibited by Vivian Stevenson. Second place pair was Benton Yandell. Now we are ready for our junior champion drive. Junior champion Hampshire drive. We need those first and second place ewe lambs from class 42. Your first place exhibitor was Levi Wellman. Second place was Noah Maddox. From class 43, your first place exhibitor was Landry Krieger. Second place was exhibited by Samantha Everhart.
I think for me today, it's a pretty easy decision for me. My champion, junior champion Slick Tampu is going to be the ewe lamb out of the last class. She wins this deal pretty handily for me. I think it comes a lot closer. The second place ewe lamb that comes out of that same class, or the early ewe lamb. Like I said, on the second place ewe lamb, I'd like to sure change the way she comes into her rack shape out of her shoulder blade. The ewe lamb out of the first class, she does that, but a ewe lamb that gets a little plainer from the sides, especially down into her chest floor. When you get behind her, I'd like to maybe just give her a tick more base width. So you kind of give and take what your preference is. For me today, I'm gonna go ahead and land on your second place ewe lamb out of that last class. She'll be a reserve junior champion ewe.
Results of your junior division champion drive. Your junior champion from class 43, congratulations, Landry Krieger. Your reserve junior champion also from class 43, congratulations, Samantha Everhart. Our next class will be your champion and reserve champion, Slick Shorn, Hampshire U Drive. Your senior champion was exhibited by Samantha Everhart. Your reserve senior champion was exhibited by Landry Krieger. And once again, your junior champion, Landry Krieger. Your reserve junior champion, Samantha Everhart. Vivian Stevenson will need your Hampshire flock. Hampshire flock, ringside and ready, please.
Over in your champion Slick Short Hampshire Drive, I'm really happy with the four individuals I got back out here. I think they've we've made them better. They've come the right direction. I know there's been some discussion as far as are we getting them too small. I don't think I picked any of these females that I think will be too small in the future. Personal preference, I guess, it just comes into play the way I like them, the way I like to build them today. And I'm going to go out and I'll show you the two I really like. I think they're extra special, that I got a place and go on and be successful on down the road. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
And your champion, Slick Shorn Hampshire Lamb, Hampshire U, out of your junior division, congratulations, Landry Krieger. And your reserve, Slick Shorn Hampshire U, out of your senior division, congratulations, Samantha Everhart. Now, if we could have our flock class, one entry in our Hampshire Slick Shorn flock class. Dorset Advantage exhibitors, be on the ready. Dorset Advantage exhibitors, be on the ready. I will be calling for you in just a moment. Single entry in this class, Jeff. I'm not trying to tell you how to do it, but I would use that flock. So our first place flock is Vivian Stevenson. Yeah, we're going to take just a couple minutes, guys, while the champion pictures are taken. So relax. The slushies looked really good. We are ready for our Dorset Advantage show. Please bring in that Class 46 Fall Dorset Advantage Ram. Class 46 Fall Dorset Advantage Ram in the ring, please.
Well, they tell me we got one Dorset Advantage buck and a buck that he's got some muscle into him. A buck that if I'd change him any, I'd sure like to change him in the front third of his body. But a buck that's a nice sound buck that's complete and good on his feet and legs. Let's give him the young ladies a nice round of applause.
We are ready for Class 47. Class 47, single entry in our yearling division. Yearling, Dorset Advantage.
Only one entry in this class too, but a yearling ewe, it's really nice. The ewe was nice in her body makeup as far as her feet and legs and gets around. Got quite a bit of thickness to her. She could use quite a bit more competition. I'll be curious to get her back here in the drive and see where we end up.
Our next class will be Class 48, Fall Dorset Advantage ewe lambs. We have two entries in this class. Class 48. Jackson Stevens. Class 48 is in the ring. We need Jackson Stevens. Jackson Stevens, are you here? We need your lamb for Class 48, Fall Dorset Advantage ewe lamb.
only a single entry here again. A ewe lamb that's really nice in her design as far as you get her makeup and her feet and legs are good on her and her neck comes out the way it needs to. You get your hands on her, she's nice in her rack, comes back into her loin and her hip. Just a really nice individual for this class. She could stand up quite a bit more competition.
Our next division will be our senior champion drive. If we could get Levi Willman to bring his yearling ewe back in. Dorset Advantage, senior champion and reserve senior champion drive. We need those class 49 spring Dorset Advantage ewe lambs ringside and ready, please. Class 49 Dorset Advantage spring ewe lambs ringside and ready.
For me today, out here in your senior champion drive, I'm going to use my yearling ewe. This ewe, when you get up over top of her, man, she is a truck. She's big, flat over her loin and out through her hip. Got a really hard touch up on the top side of her body down into her stifle. An awful, awful good one to win this senior deal. And then we're going to drop back in the fall ewe lamb. Fall ewe lamb is really pretty from the side. A ewe lamb, when you get your hands on her, doesn't have quite the touch compared to our yearling ewe who wins the senior deal.
Results of your senior champion Dorset Advantage drive. Your senior champion from your yearling ewe class, congratulations, Levi Willman. Your reserve senior champion in your Dorset Advantage from your fall ewe lamb class, congratulations, Hayes Klotz. In the ring at this time, we have our Class 49 Spring Dorset Advantage ewe lambs.
ewe lamb I'm going to start with. She runs uphill and her neck comes out where it needs to. She's got a really pretty front end in her. As far as you get blade lays right, her chest floor stays in her where it needs to. Is she the most expressive muscled one back to the center part of her leg? Probably not, but I think she's got more than adequate amount for me today to win this class. The ewe lamb in second, probably got a little more rack shape. She probably does have a little more muscle as far as in the center part of her leg. For a ewe lamb, for me, she gets just a little bit plainer in her chest floor, especially when you get her into motion. For me, maybe just flattens up in her cage a little bit compared to the one we win the class, and she shortens up flank to flank compared to our class winner. The ewe lamb that comes next in line in third, the ewe lamb I say a lot of the same things about. The ewe lamb, she's got plenty of thickness, and when you get up over top of her, when you get your hands on her, maybe just doesn't handle quite as much touch as the two is right above of her today. When you get her into motion, I just like to change a few things about her when she goes away from you. The ewe lamb next in line, the all white one here, ewe lamb, when she's propped up, her little neck comes out where it needs to and whatnot. I just need to change the way her chest floor lays in her and her breastplate quite a bit to get her up any higher in class today. Then we round out the top five with a ewe lamb. Touch is really nice. When you get her into motion, she gets real short and choppy, stepped off them rear legs. Gets a little posty for me. Got to change that about her to get her up any higher today.
Our next class will be your champion and reserve champion, Dorset Advantage U Drive. We need that senior and reserve senior champion and your first and second place ewe lambs, which is also your junior champion and reserve junior champion in the ring. Results of Class 49. Class 49, first place and your junior champion. Congratulations, Levi Willman. Second place and your reserve junior champion, Garrett Kennedy. Third place was exhibitor Owen Woolridge. Fourth place, Cole Jester. Fifth, Peyton DeWeese. Sixth place, Caden Murphy. Seventh, Peyton DeWeese. And eighth place was exhibitor Elijah Eden. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 49 Spring Dorset Advantage ewe lamb exhibitors.
For me today, we're in the Dorset Advantage deal for your champion ewe. Today, I'm going to stick with that yearling ewe. I really like the way her loin and her hip tie up. She's just way out on her edges, and she's big. She's not only big, she's just huge out over that loin and back into her hip. Yeah, she's carrying maybe a little more condition than she needs to, but I still, for me, that one's an awful solid one. Then it gets closer between our fall ewe lamb and our junior champion ewe or spring ewe lamb. I like a lot about both of them. For me today, I think as far as just touch and the handle, the spring ewe lamb, she's going to be your reserve ewe.
And your champion, Dorset Advantage U, from your senior division, congratulations, Levi Willman on Willman 775. Your reserve champion, Dorset Advantage U, out of your junior division, Congratulations, Levi Willman on Willman 833. Once again, congratulations to all of our Dorset Advantage exhibitors. We are going to take just a brief break and let our photographer get those pictures at the backdrop, and then we will be ready to start your Montadale show.
Attention in the barn. If a member of the Bacon family would come to the announcer stand here in the North Show Ring, I have something for you, please. A member of the Bacon family to the North Show Ring.
All right, Montadale exhibitors, we are ready to get underway. We need that Montadale Fall Ram Lamb, Class 50. Montadale Fall Ram Lamb.
Only a single entry in the fall buck class here. Just a real nice individual. It'd be nice to get some competition, and we'll get him back here in the champion drive and see where we end up.
Results of Class 50, your fall Montadale Ram. First place and congratulations, J.W. Sims Reisner. Please bring in Class 51. Class 51 Spring Montadale Ram Lambs. Have 2 entries in the class. Class 51 Spring Montadale Ram Lambs.
the spring Montadale buck class. Buck I'm going to use, there's just a lot more of him as far as when you get your hands on him. A buck that he's nice about his breed type. He's a long-bodied buck. The buck in second, we come in next in line, a buck that you get your hands on him, just not near as much of him, especially over his top and back through his line and down through the center part of his leg. A buck that we could just lengthen out a little more compared to our class winner to get him any higher in class today.
Results of Class 51, first place, and your junior champion, Montadale Ram. Congratulations, J.W. Sims Reesner. Second place, and your reserve junior champion, Montadale Ram, Brady Kessler. If we need that senior champion to brought in for our champion and reserve champion, Montadale Ram Drive.
Over here in our Montadale for champion buck drive. For me, it's a pretty handily easy decision. Your fall buck, he's going to be your champion Montadale buck, and then we're going to follow up with your spring buck for reserve.
And your champion, Montadale buck. From your senior division, congratulations, J.W. Sims Reesner on Pete Fish 2029. Your reserve champion out of your junior division, congratulations, J.W. Sims Reesner on JWSR 748. I'll let everybody get their animals swapped around, and we will be ready for your Yearling U class. Should have 4 head in class 53. We've got 1 pair of yearling ewes. Then we will be ready for class 55, your fall Montadale ewe lamb class, just a single entry in that class.
Yearling ewe I'm going to start with. For me today, she just got a little more her on her far as she's deeper in her flank. Far as you get up over top of her, there is more of her across her top and her loin and out through her hip area. If I was getting nitpicky, I'd like to change the way her front end comes out of her, as far as her neck junction comes out of her shoulder. I'd like to raise it up and get it more to come out of the top of her shoulder. That, but I think there's just too much of her elsewhere to not use her today. The ewe in second, a real flashy ewe as far as, and her neck does come out where it needs to be. Her shoulder lays good in her. You get up over her top of her, especially when you get your hands on her. There's just not as much of her as the ewe we got in the first hole to get enough to get around the one that we win with. Then we come next in line to slick ewe. A ewe that gets a little plainer in her shoulder, far as not quite as straight in her top line, far as to get around a two that's above her today. Then we round out the class with a ewe. For me today, she got enough bone and substance to her. When you get your hands on her, just not near enough of her to get her up any higher today in class.
In our Montadale show, your next class, oh, we got pair. We have one pair of yearling ewes, class 54. Then we need that fall Montadale ewe lamb, ringside and ready, please, class 55. Ringside and ready, please. Results of class 53, your Montadale yearling ewe class. First place, and congratulations, J.W. Sims Reisner. Second place was Emerson St. Armor. Third, J.W. Sims Reisner. And fourth, Brady Kessler. Your first place pair of yearling ewes was exhibited by J.W. Sims Reisner. Now we have class 55 Montadale fall ewe lamb in the ring. We also need those first and second place yearling ewes for our senior champion drive.
Fall ewe lamb, she could use quite a bit more competition, actually. Not a bad female at all in her own right. She's straight made. Got a nice Montadale head on her. Her ear shape's good. We'll just get her back here in the drive and see where we end up.
Bring in those first and second place Montadale yearling ewes, please. First and second place Montadale yearling ewes.
We ain't gonna take real long here. For me, I'm gonna stick with that pair here on ewes. They'll be your champion reserve ewe today in the Montadale show. Congratulations, young people.
Your senior champion, Montadale, from your yearling division, class 53. Congratulations, J.W. Sims Reisner on Gorman, 1742. Your reserve senior champion, also from class 53. Congratulations, Emerson St. Armor on 2206. Our next class will be class 56, Class 56, single entry in our spring Montadale Ewe-Lamb division.
Well, I apologize. I guess I was misinformed. I thought that was the end of the Montadale U show, but we got a single entry here in the spring Ewe-Lamb class, and an awful good female in her own right. To be honest, she's really straight made and she's good about her feet and legs. When you get her into motion, just an awful nice female. Let's bring her back and see where we end up.
Our next class will be your champion and reserve champion Montadale U Drive. If we could have those senior champion and reserve senior champion. Results of Class 56. Class 56, your spring Montadale Ewe-Lamb. First place and your junior champion, J.W. Sims Reasoner with JWSR 747. We need the senior champion and reserve senior champion. After our champion drive, we have one Montadale flock, and then we will be ready for our fall Babydoll Southdown Rams.
We're in our Montadale, the champion U drive for the second go around. I'm going to land on these 2 yearling ewes for your champion reserve ewe overall. Taking nothing away from our spring ewe-lamb. I like a lot of things about her. If I get nitpicking, change a few things, I'd change her hair coat, around her eyes and her muzzle for me today. But an awful nice pair of yearling ewes will be your champion reserve ewe.
And your champion, Montadale U, from your senior division class. Congratulations, J.W. Sims Reasoner on Gorman, 1742. Your reserve champion, Montadale U, also from your senior division. Congratulations on Emerson St. Armor on 2206. Do have one Montadale flock, and then we will be ready for our Babydoll Southdown Fall Rams. Just a reminder, exhibitors, if anybody still needs something to eat, lunch is being served in the exhibit hall. We'd also certainly encourage you to visit our vendors there in the exhibit hall, as well as bid on our silent auction items. And the skill-a-thon is still going on from 1 to 4 there in the exhibit hall. So we've got Taco Tuesday, Taco Thursday, Taco Saturday evening this evening in the Expo Hall starting at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. So tacos will be served this evening it's fajitas. All right. Fajitas will be served this evening in the Expo Hall starting at 6 o'clock. We're going to get pictures with our Montadale champions. Pictures with our Montadale champions, and then we'll be ready for our Babydoll Southdown show. Levi Wellman, Peyton DeWeese, Garrett Kennedy, Owen Wooldridge, and Cole Jester. If you would come to the announcer stand, I will make it worth your while. Levi Wellman, Peyton DeWeese, Cole Jester, Garrett Kennedy, and Owen Wooldridge. Come to the announcer stand. Don't forget exhibitors starting at 5 o'clock. Cornhole tournament here in the North Show Ring. Adult divisions, children divisions. You will be competing for millions and millions of dollars in cash and prizes. Cornhole tournament will start at 5 p.m. here in the North Show Ring. Babydoll Southdown exhibitors. Babydoll Southdown exhibitors. We need that class 59, class 59, fall ram lamb, fall ram lamb, class 59, ringside and ready. You can come on in if you'd like. Our judge is here. Bring him on in.
Now he looks like a baby doll, so there you go. There's your
Only a single entry here in the Southdown Babydoll ring for the fall buckland, but a really nice individual in his own right. A sheep has got plenty of thickness to him, got plenty of muscle he's carrying into him. Just a really nice individual to start off the Babydoll Southdown show.
Our next class will be our spring Babydoll Southdown Ram Lamb. Single entry in this class. Following this class, we will need our senior champion back in. Our senior champion, Babydoll Southdown, back in for our champion and reserve champion drive. Results of class 59, your fall Ram Lamb class. Congratulations, Vivian Stevenson. And results of our class 60, those spring Southdown, Babydoll Southdown Ram Lambs. First place and congratulations, Harper Nichols. She is first and your junior champion. Now we are going to compete and select your champion and reserve champion, Babydoll Southdown Ram.
We'll talk about our spring buck, who was junior champion first a little bit. A buck that's really straight and nice down his top. He's really nice up through his shoulder and his extension. When you get him out, he travels really, really good. I really appreciate him on his feet and legs as far as his pasterns and whatnot. Also being today, he's going to be your champion. Babydoll Southdown Ram will be your spring buck. We're going to come back and grab our fall buck. He'll be your reserve champion, Babydoll Southdown.
Results of your champion Babydoll Southdown Ram drive, your champion. Congratulations, Harper Nichols. Your reserve champion. Congratulations, Vivian Stevenson. Should have a single entry in our Class 61 Yearling Babydoll Southdown ewes.
Only a single entry here, but a ewe could stand a lot more competition. A ewe is real straight down her top line, and you get her into motion. She really gets out and travels really free and easy. A ewe that's real nicely designed in her rib cage, and as far as gets wider as she gets back, she's extremely long from her 13th rib back. For what she is, I just think an awful nice one to start this Babydoll ewe show.
Results of Class 61, your yearling Babydoll Southdown U class, first place, and congratulations, Francis Brennan. We are ready for Class 62. That's your fall Babydoll Southdown U Lamb class, Class 62 in the ring.
Once again, a single entry in your Babydoll Southdown, the fall ewe lamb. A ewe lamb is really neat. neatly constructed up through her shoulder and her front end. Ewe lamb gets out and really travels real free and easy and really nice. You can get your hands on her. She doesn't disappoint you as far as the way she percents out and got some thickness to her. Very nice individual.
Our next class will be our senior division drive. If we could get that single entry yearling ewe into the ring, we will select your senior champion and reserve senior champion, Babydoll Southdown ewe. Results of Class 62, that fall ewe lamb class, congratulations, Harper Nichols. Exhibitors, we need those Class 63 Babydoll Southdown ewe lambs ringside and ready. Please, Class 63.
Out here for your senior champion ewe drive. For me, I guess I'm going to land on the fall ewe lamb is going to be your champion or senior champion ewe. I really like their shoulder and the way it ties together and she comes up into her neck. And extension wise, ewe lamb gets out and really travels, like I said once before. And then we're going to land on our yearling ewe for your reserve senior champion ewe. A new ewe that's got a lot of body and a lot of dimension to her. A ewe that also, once again, when she gets out and travels really nice. I'd like to just change her a tick out through her from her hooks to her pins compared to the fall ewe lamb that we end up using for senior champion. Nice pair of ewes, guys.
Our next class will be Class 63. Class 63 Spring Babydoll Southdown ewe lambs. Should be 5 entries in the class. Results of your senior champion and reserve senior champion drive. First place and your senior champion, congratulations, Harper Nichols. Your reserve senior champion from your yearling ewe division, congratulations, Francis Brennan.
ewe lamb I'm going to start with in the spring ewe lamb. I think for me, she just a whole lot neater in her chest floor as far as in her shoulder blade goes, lays in better for her, not near as far along as her maturity pattern as we got in the next two in line. Ewe lamb handles really good to touch and fresh. She's got some length from her 13th rib back, and then when you get her out, she really gets out and moves free and easy and travels well. The ewe lamb in second, quite a bit more sheep in this one. Also, when you get her into motion, she wants to open up in the top side of her skeleton. Her blade opens up quite a bit. She gets a lot looser. And her shoulder blade, her front end doesn't lay quite as neat and tidy as the one we win the class with. For me today, she's just a logical second. Then we come into the ewe lamb in third. A ewe lamb that's kind of can say the same things about. Ewe lamb is a little bolder in her shoulder. A ewe lamb that shortens up a little bit from her 13th rib back. Ewe lamb, once again, when you get her into motion, she wants to get pretty open in her blade. We just need to change some of them things about her to get her up any high. Then we come into the ewe lamb next in line. Is kind of a little intriguing. You gotta not sure what you want to do with her as far as how, on your personal preference. Ewe lamb, she's shallow, she's kind of freaky shoulder, but once going in along with that, when you get up over top of her, she gets pinched in her heart and gets pinched right in behind that shoulder, coming into her rack shape. She's got the least amount of rack of anything we have in the top four here. But a ewe lamb is, like I said, as far as her shoulder lays in and her neck, and she's shallow, she's definitely the one you could tie to. The ewe lamb we round out the top five is a really nice sheep. As far as you get your hands on her, she's super straight. She's good out from her 13th rib back. She's got some muscle. Her shoulder lays good. So you're saying, okay, so why she's in the 5-hole? The ewe lamb's pretty scratchy in her mouth for me today to get her up any higher in class today.
In our Babydoll Southdown show, we do have two pair of ewe lambs. 2 entries in the class, please. Pair of ewe lambs will be next. Results of Class 63. Class 63, the spring Babydoll Southdown ewe lamb class. First place and your junior champion, Harper Nichols. Second place and your reserve junior champion, Vivian Stevenson. Third was also exhibited by Vivian Stevenson. Fourth, Addison True. Fifth place was exhibitor Francis Brennan. We'll need our senior champion and reserve senior champion next. We will be selecting your champion and reserve champion, Babydoll Southdown U. Our next class will be our champion and reserve champion drive. We need your junior champion and senior champion, Babydoll Southdown, in the ring. Your senior champion was Harper Nichols on 2271. Reserve senior champion Brennan on IA 244122137. Your junior champion was Harper Nichols on Nichols 562. Your reserve junior champion was Vivian Stevenson on 44792-0532.
We're on your Babydoll Southdown female show. I'm going to stick with my pair of senior champions. They'll be your reserve, grand and reserve senior, or your grand and reserve Babydoll Southdown ewes.
And your overall champion in your Babydoll Southdown division, out of your senior division, congratulations, Harper Nichols on 2271. Your reserve overall champion, also from your senior division, congratulations, Brennan on IA 2441-22137. We'll give these exhibitors just a few minutes to get photos, and then we'll be back with our North Country Cheviot Rams. Oh, yeah, we do have a flock. Oh, yeah, my goodness. And your first place Babydoll Southdown flock belongs to Harper Nichols. Once again, congratulations to all of our Babydoll Southdown exhibitors. Give us just a few minutes, North Country Cheviot exhibitors, and we'll be back to start your show. All right, North Country exhibitors, we are ready to get underway. We need that, and we might have to split the ring here, but we need that North Country Spring Ram Lamb class in the ring. Should be one entry, according to my sheet. Class, oh, no, I'm wrong. Class 66, guys. Got two head in our fall. North Country Cheviot Fall Rams. Two entries in the class. Class 66. We will need that single entry Spring Lamb class. Ringside and ready, please. Class 67, Spring, North Country Cheviot, Ram Lamb.
At the start of your North Country Cheviot show, two fall bucks here. The fall buck I'm going to start with, there's just so much more of him as far as body and capacity and thickness down his top compared to the buck we got in second. He's just a pretty logical choice to win this class with.
Results of Class 66. First place and your senior champion, North Country Cheviot Ram. Congratulations, Brendan Balmer. Second place and your reserve senior North Country Cheviot Ram Lamb. Also exhibited by Braden Balmer. Braden and Brendan, I'm sorry. In the ring at this time, we have Class 67, our spring, North Country Cheviot Ram Lamb class.
Only a single entry again, but a really nice sheep. He really lays good in his shoulder and his neck comes out the way it should. A sheep that's got some thickness and he's opened up in his body cavity. He's good on his feet and legs. Let's bring him on back for the champion drive.
Results of Class 67, first place and your junior champion, North Country Cheviot Ram. Congratulations, Brock Kessler. Now, if we could have our senior and reserve senior champion back in the ring, we will select your champion and reserve champion, North Country Cheviot Ram.
Pretty easy decision for me in my mind. For me today, I'm going to use my spring buck. He'll be your champion North Country Cheviot buck. He's just a lot smoother in these lines and his shoulder lays better in him. For reserve, we'll come back and you'll be your first or your senior champion. He'll be your reserve grand North Country Cheviot buck.
In the ring at this time, we are ready for your yearling North Country Cheviot ewes. 4 entries in the class. Class 68, yearling North Country Cheviot ewes.
For me today, I'm going to leave them the way they are. The ewe-lamb or the yearling ewe I'm going to start with. I think for me, she just ties better in her shoulder, especially up high at the point of her shoulder. She blends into her rack better than the ewe we got second. The ewe in second, granted, she's probably a little neater in her shoulder. As far as her neck, a little more extended out of her neck. But a ewe that when you get your hands on her, she opens up in the top part of her blade. She doesn't carry as much natural thickness and as much rack shape and over her loin, especially as the yearling ewe we're going to start with. That's the way I'm going to see them today. Come into the ewe here in third, real big-bodied ewe, but when you get to analyzing her, she's carrying quite a bit of cover. She's got more lower shoulder. Her neck doesn't tie quite as nice as it needs to coming into that shoulder. And then we round out the ewe in fourth here, a ewe that shortens up quite a bit from her 13th rib back, and a ewe that's got quite a bit of condition on her also.
Results of Class 68, yearling North Country Cheviot ewes. First place, and congratulations, Brock Kessler. Second place was also exhibited by Brock Kessler. Third, Braden Balmer. And fourth place was exhibited by Brendan Balmer. Once again, congratulations to all of those yearling North Country Cheviot U exhibitors. Got one pair exhibited by Brock Kessler. And we are ready to go into our spring North Country Cheviot U's. Class 70 in the ring as soon as possible.
Here in Border Leicester, or the North Country Cheviot, sorry. Uh, the ewe lamb I'm going to start with, I think she just a little neater in her shoulder and her neck extension. As far as the way it comes out of her shoulder, you get your hands on her, she presents out really nice compared to our second ewe lamb. Granted, there's probably a little more in our second ewe lamb as far as body cavity and as far as natural thickness, as far as roundness. A ewe lamb, I'd just like to maybe just tie a little bit better right behind her shoulders compared to a ewe lamb that we win the class with. I'd also like to, when you get her into motion, just lay her down in her spine a little bit. The ewe lamb that comes third and next in line, a ewe lamb that just gives up quite a bit of power compared to the two who's right in front of her. A ewe lamb that, when you get up over top of her, she's just too flat and not near enough dimension to her rack and back into her loin area compared to the ones that were above her to get her up any higher. And then we round out the class with a ewe lamb, just a little frailer bone. Ewe lamb, it doesn't, not near as straight out through her from her hooks or pins. Ewe lamb, it gives up quite a bit of muscle, and also again compared to the ones that were above her.
We have one pair in our North Country Cheviot pair of ewe lamb class. Brock Kessler exhibited your first place pair. And our next class will be our champion and reserve champion North Country Cheviot ewe. Results of Class 70, your spring ewe lamb class. First place and your junior champion, Brock Kessler. Second place and your reserve junior champion was also exhibited by Brock Kessler. Third was Braden Balmer, and fourth place was Brendan Balmer. Now we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion, North Country Cheviot ewe.
I ain't going to take a lot of time. I pretty much have my mind made up. I think this yearling ewe, she's awful good for my mind. I like her a bunch. She's going to be your champion ewe pretty handily for me today. And I think then it gets a little closer between the yearling ewe and the spring ewe lamb. For me, I'm going to land on your second place yearling ewe, and she'll be your reserve ewe.
And your champion and reserve champion, North Country Cheviot ewe, both from your senior division. Congratulations, Brock Kessler. We do have one North Country Cheviot flock. Brock Kessler will exhibit your first place North Country Cheviot flock. Congratulations to Brock Kessler. He not only showed your young flock, but he also showed your old flock too. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our show here today. Cole Jester and Levi Willman. Cole Jester and Levi Willman. If you will come see us at the announcer stand, I will make it worth your while. That does conclude our show today. Don't forget, our cornhole tournament starts at 5 o'clock right here in the North Show Ring. And then fajitas will be available at 6 o'clock